Hello, Whoa, hello. Hello. John Macy.
Check, check. Nope.
We don't, okay.
Check,
Test,
check,
test.
check.
I can hear you.
Thanks, Chris. All right, welcome everyone to the open meeting on Tuesday, July 21st, 2026. The time is now 7:30 p.m. Macy, can you take a roll call?
Mayor Sterling,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Here.
Trustee Donahue. Is he online? I don't see him yet, but we are expecting Trustee Donahue virtually, so I'll note for the record that he's late this evening.
Okay.
Trustee Giblin was here this evening. We're expecting him as well in person, so we'll note that he is late too. Trustee Jocelyn,
Here.
Trustee Kennedy.
Here.
Trustee Larson.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Macy, you said there was a request to move public comment on non-agenda items to before.
That's correct.
Okay, let us get through the consent agenda and our staff reports, and then whoever has that public comment on non-agenda items will go ahead and move that up before our informational items. Cool. All right, first up is the consent agenda. Are there any questions regarding the consent agenda? And do we have Sam online? I don't think I see him. Sam or Yvette, are you online? Nope, okay. He is our pro sub appointment. But are there any other questions or clarifying statements for the consent agenda? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, Macy?
Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Yes.
Trustee Larson,
Yes.
Trustee Jocelyn,
Yes.
Mayor Sterling,
Yes.
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee Giblin,
Yes.
and we're still waiting on Trustee Donahue to join us. The motion's approved.
Okay, thank you. And did you know at the time Trustee Giblin got in?
I did for my minutes. Trustee Giblin joined us at 7:31 p.m. this evening.
Fabulous, thank you. All right, let's go ahead. Now that the consent agenda is done, let's go into staff reports. We all have these staff reports in our packets, so I'm hoping that everything has been read. Is there anything that you would add to your staff report or something here, John?
Yes, Mayor Sterling, just one note. We were able to open the visitor center last week, which is really exciting. We were open a little bit sporadically because we were doing some cleaning. But with that being said, last week we had 605 visitors from Tuesday through Sunday, and we made about $1,400 total, which is pretty great. So we're off to the races on that. And I just wanted to let you all know that that's been successful so far.
Fabulous. All right. Do the trustees have any questions for Town Manager Kane or any other staff members based off their town reports? Any questions? All right, we're moving on. All right, Board of Trustee reports. Thank you, Trustee Donahue, for submitting yours. But we'll go ahead and go around the horn here and just see if there are any updates. So starting on this end, Trustee Kennedy, is there any updates from your side?
Nothing to report.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
No, I wasn't able to make the last ProSab meeting, but as you saw on the consent agenda, we have Sam back as our president, which is great. So hopefully we will have some exciting updates coming up soon. We've got a bunch of stuff on our plate for this summer.
And so that means that you still have one open seat?
We do, yeah.
Okay. So
Macy, do we have two? I think we just have one.
If I remember correctly, it's just one open seat for the vacancy. For the alternate position.
oh, okay.
Just the alternate. Okay.
Okay, so for those listening, if anyone's interested in the ProSab, now's the time. My report is I've just mostly been kind of behind the scenes helping with strategic planning, Eldora, just about, kind of all the things. So no other liaison reports or anything to report. Trustee Giblin.
BZA meets 4 times a year, usually during the first or second, I can remember, second week of the first month of the quarter. So they would have had a meeting this month, but there was nothing on the agenda, so we didn't. To answer the question about openings, though, we do have 2 alternate positions open, so if people are interested, it's pretty interesting. That's how I got into this. BZA is kind of interesting, so when they meet, it's pretty neat. And then I did meet with the Peak to Peak Health and Human Services group, and we folks were there from Mental Health Partners and Clinica. They're merging. They're in the process of merging. It will be a slow process. They said over the next 6 years. Over the next 6 years, and locally up here we have Chelsea LaForge is with Mental Health Partners. They did tell us about Lynette, our co-responder, that they got a grant to get her a new vehicle, and it's a Mustang EV SUV. So she went right to them and said, I think, with no snow tires, that you brought me the wrong vehicle. Can I get something else? Not to mention the optics of it. And the county said, no, this is the grant. This is what you have. No snow tires and all. And at the same time, the funding for her job is questionable. So folks in Health and Human Services just got everything stacked against them these days. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
And the Peak to Peak Strong Fund was an idea that's being floated by Peak to Peak. It's kind of like similar to Longmont Community Fund. It would be a place where when Dan Vollmer raised all that money after the fire, there was kind of the problem of where does the money go and how do I get it to people who need it. Longmont Community Fund has something similar. They broke away from the Boulder County Community Fund and do their own thing. It's pretty effective. In this case, money goes to the people, not to business owners. So in the case of like another fire or something of that similar, the money couldn't go to business entities, but it could go to the people who own the businesses. We talked more about the Mountain Human Services Collaborative a working group that we had disbanded the last time, and we talked more about it and just it's really was redundant. The Family Resource Network was formed after the Mountain Human Services Collaborative, and it's more countywide, and it really does the work. So we disbanded it. And there's been a request for BOT members to attend some Peak to Peak Health and Human Services meetings. They happen every other month, I think, usually on a Thursday morning, about 9 or so. And it's either here or it's virtual. They skip every 2 months. So they've asked for folks to attend, and John to attend when you can. And John, there needs to be some September Fitness Fund thing signed for these free monthly community center memberships for that September drive.
I was working with them on that today. And I think we're ready to roll that forward.
Cool. Thanks.
Thanks, Trustee Giblin. All right, Trustee Larson.
Did meet. Update. Primary topic was discussing final hit list items on the wayfinding project. Signs that were put in the wrong place, signs that are readable from one direction to the other, final little fixes. Big one being the movement of the large sign by the community center, which was they cut the concrete, poured the concrete put it in the wrong place. It's going to be now moved over to by the Netherland Panther sign, also at the community visitor center area, but that's the right place. And the repairs are apparently going to be covered by the contractor who just read the plans and tried to do it in the wrong place. So that's not going to impact the DDA or the town funding soon.
Thanks, Trustee Larson. Trustee Jocelyn?
Yeah, I met with the Planning Commission for the first time last month, and we mostly spent, well, that's not true. A good portion of it was getting acquainted at the end. And then me realizing that I need to read up more on chapter 16 of the code. But I'm getting caught up now. So we have the month off. Looking forward to getting some good work with them next month.
Great. And again, thank you, Trustee Donahue, for submitting yours in writing. Those are available for everyone to read. Okay. Now let's go into public
Hey,
comment.
sorry, this is Topher Donahue. I just arrived. I struggled a little bit with the tech getting in here, but I'm here now. So I don't know if
Oh,
you told
thank
me
you.
to include me, if I'm too late and you're kicking me out.
Yeah. Okay, we got you. We got you recorded.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. Okay, so now let's go to public comment on non-agenda items before we hit our informational items. So is there any comments on non-agenda items? Go ahead and come up, click the button. Oh, Britt, you already did it? You're awesome.
Okay.
State your name and relationship to town.
Sure. I'm Josh Schlossberg. I live up on Wildwood. And here, following up on the petition, we dropped off signatures, I think it was 2 months ago, about 100 signatures. And the petition is to the Board of Trustees to please address the near constant high decibel noise from the low flying aircraft over town. And I could read a couple of things from the petition just because I'm here talking. So, almost constant high decibel noise and air pollution from low elevation planes flying directly over a formerly quiet mountain community. So the FAA's recently implemented low elevation next gen flight path from Denver International Airport unacceptably places a disproportionate burden of the vast majority of westbound flights over town, despite living 60 miles west of the airport. So this is, there's often little more than 1 to 3 minutes going by between planes. Rarely does 5 minutes go by without this high decibel, low flying plane noise. Some estimates are up to 300, certainly in the hundreds range, flying over, particularly through basically April until end of September. And the FAA did not inform or give meaningful opportunity for residents to address the new flight path prior to its implementation, and the required environmental studies were not completed or made available before implementation. So there's a few issues with declining property values, legal right to quiet enjoyment, loss of outdoor private spaces, peaceful outdoor spaces, air pollution concerns, interrupted sleep, stress, anxiety, decline in quality of life. So the ask from the petition is that the Board of Trustees would write a letter or something to that extent, asking the FAA to require that planes flying over Nederland and mountain areas climb to higher elevations before approaching, to reevaluate the next gen flight path over town, full environmental impact study and community consultation, and to adopt alternative routing that distributes air traffic more fairly and equitably by fanning out traffic and switching flight paths every year. We're not saying just somebody else dealing with it. It's just saying, why are we getting the lion's share westbound? So that's the gist of it. If there'd be a point person that we would communicate with about this, I guess let us know.
Hi, Josh. I already started to write a letter. I just
Good.
haven't communicated it with you yet.
Perfect.
So you just give me a little bit more time and I can pull that together. I was going to write it on me as an individual, but I can pull in the rest of the Board of Trustees to see if they would like to also sign on to that.
Yeah, whatever you think, that would be great.
All right.
I know we have a
thanks.
couple more folks who want to talk about this too.
Oh,
Yeah.
bring,
Thanks.
come on in.
Yeah, come on.
All right. Thanks, Josh.
Hey, everybody. My name is David Wood. I live up in the Big Springs area. And thanks, Nicole, for talking about writing that letter. That's good news. And I want to also thank Josh for all his research on what's going on. I don't really have anything new to say, new information other than what he just told all of you. But just as a resident here in Nederland, you know, I love spending time outside just like a lot of you guys do too. And when I'm on my deck or on my back patio, I definitely notice it. Sometimes it's just one plane after another. You know, this afternoon I was out reading a book on my back patio and looked at I was thinking about this meeting tonight, and 4:42 plane came. 3 minutes later, another plane, and you know, it's just I think there'd be more people here, except that it's just hard for people to get out this late to meetings. But I think that a lot of other people in Nederland feel the same way that we do. And I appreciate you making an effort to look into it.
Yeah. After you first brought it Josh, you know, I started like, I was like, oh my gosh, am I just not hearing it? And so then I started to like just methodically sit outside and I started to hear them over and over again. And this last weekend we were up at Caribou, and it was really loud because, you know, we're just at a higher elevation and all the things. And so, you know, I appreciate you guys bringing it initially. And like I said, we'll wrap up this letter and get it for you guys.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We got another one. Come on down. I think in another life, I'm a game show host, just so you guys know.
Hi, my name is Mike Herman. I've lived here for nearly 30 years. I'm here for the same thing.
Yeah.
I bought a house 27 years ago. It's like a dream property out on Lazy Z. I'm on Winnegar Ridge. And it took 20 years, but we saved for a hot tub, and we have this hot tub that is, I can see DIA from my house, the twinkly lights of down below. It's amazing. And there are so many nights that I just have to, I can see the lights lined up. I mean, I have pictures of this. And there are nights when I just have to get out of the tub because I'm getting angry. And that is the complete opposite of why I have that. So it's really good to hear that you actually experience that. And I tend to be one of these people that complains a lot and does nothing.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, thank you for.
so, but I'm here because I reached that magical point. And last night when I was making a comment on the Quiet Netherland page, this one jet came by that was so loud that I was just cursing. I'm in front of a window and I'm going, you got to be kidding me. So I really feel like, as Josh said, it's not like I want this to go anywhere and let someone else do that. You know, I don't want to be a NIMBY, but it feels to me, and when I've looked at the flight tracker, it's insane. I mean, it's just all coming over net. So I would just love to see the town write the letter and maybe they address dispersing it out a little so that it's fair, that everyone has to deal with a little of this and we're not sitting there for an hour and a half. I mean, I've been out on mountain bike rides where I stop and go, I've heard nothing but jet noise on this entire ride. So anyway, thank you. It's so good to hear that you're doing that. Appreciate it. And we look forward to hopefully getting something done about it.
No problem. Thanks. It's just taking me a
Thank you,
minute.
everyone.
Any other public comments on non-agenda items in the room? Any online? I don't have my glasses on, so you'll have to tell me, Macy. Nobody? Okay.
I will say one thing, Joe Nagoose does these quarterly meetings with mayors and, a lot of the mayors bring this up with him and it does seem like it's something he hears a lot about and hopefully can do something about. So
Yeah.
talk with Joe.
If not, we'll raise our own hell, won't we? So, all right. Informational items, wildfire readiness emergency information. John?
Mayor and trustees, at your last meeting during other business, there was a request for an update on wildfire readiness and emergency information that's available to the community. I've outlaid that in my staff report. I'm happy to talk through anything in here. I'd like to thank Chief Schmidtman and Marshall Jocelyn for helping me with the staff report. I think really the takeaway here is that it's really important to listen to NetFire and ODM. They're the primary sources of information, and to make sure that your BOCO alerts are set up correctly, which we can always help with too if people are wondering if theirs is set up correctly. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. And that's what you have in front of you.
Okay, any clarifying questions for, this is mainly just an informational item. Trustee Jocelyn, was there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, Chief Smithman came all the way out here. I figured maybe he'd have an opportunity to give us an update on some of the things that the district's been doing to get information out. And is that okay?
Well, then let's kick it on down.
Great.
See? Game show host.
All right, it's on. Good evening. Thanks for having me tonight. You know, I'd like to start off with just saying I was a little disappointed when I heard from a trustee that the fire department wasn't doing enough, and that kind of hurts me to my core, I have to say. You know, our volunteers work really hard, and they're out at all hours of the night. And so I just like all of you to be very careful when you speak about the fire department and the volunteers and the people that work there. Moving on. You know, the signage is actually a challenge for us. And, you know, we actually started off with 5 district fire ban signs and we're down to 1 due to either theft or vandalism. So that's one of our challenges. We do have a new to us digital sign, which I think most of you have now seen coming into town. Challenges with roadside signs are all the laws that are enforced by that. And so whenever we're on a county road or a state highway, which is basically how we get here or get to any of our recreational areas, we have certain laws that we have to follow, and it is very difficult to get some of these signs installed. So if we can get far enough where it's not in the right of way, then we're on private property, and we don't have many places that we can do that as well. So just want you to kind of keep that in mind. There was some discussion about some signage going into like places like West Mag. And so West Mag, you know, before you even get to the campsite, there's four signs in there that say no campfires and things like that. So just kind of moving on, been working with Jonathan over here about you guys working and getting some additional signage that we can put on Netherlands signs in those areas. And I think that will be pretty effective. And so I think we're kind of at a point where we're exhausting the signage. And I think a lot of times what we're seeing is people just, I'll say all people don't care, but we face a lot of people that just ignore it. And there's not much that we can do. I can tell you that our law enforcement partners, they also need help with this. And so what we're seeing is some of our unhoused population moving farther into the woods and making it more challenging for us to find those campfires and find those areas where they're living. And so they're doing that to prevent some of this enforcement. And so I'm reaching out to the community and asking the community that when they see these areas that they let either law enforcement or the fire department know. I was on a bike ride last night in West Mag, and I came across a giant campsite that was nowhere near any place you're supposed to camp. So we got to be really vigilant about that sort of thing. What else do I? All right. That's about what I got. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I don't have a question, but this is Trustee Donahue. I don't have a question, but I brought up the point about fire, just awareness. And I by no means meant that the fire department wasn't doing enough. I just was curious if there was something else that could be done in this unusual season. So my sincerest apologies if that was a message that got out, because that is not what I intended at all.
I appreciate that. If you ever have any questions, suggestions, anything like that, everybody knows I never sleep and my phone is always on. So come find me if you have anything for me. Cool.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. And just to follow up on that, it is important that we ask these questions. It is important, and it's also important, I think, you know, like how it's received. I totally get that, and so, but I don't want it to discourage us from not asking the question. I think
Totally.
It generated some good conversation, and now we have this as an informational item.
I agree. What I was hoping to see, and maybe, and we can have another conversation about it here, is I think Chief kind of brought it up organically, is that we're exhausting the signage, and that's fine. And I think even Mayor Pro Tem Miller brought it up a little bit. And I'm curious, I mean, we've got a lot of creative minds in our area, especially in that. What are we missing? What else can we do alternatively to get messaging out there? And then I want to also reiterate that the best signs that we have are our locals. And if you see people that are breaking the violations, the restrictions in place, to also please call the non-emergency number for dispatch, which is 303-441-4444. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. All right. This was an informational item. Are there any last thoughts?
Yeah, one just, do we have a strategy for pushing this out on town websites, social media, netheads, other Britt, I know you're doing some
I
of our
pushed this out on-
digital stuff.
You know, pretty much all of it. But yeah, I would be happy to work with Chief and Marshall Jocelyn
Yeah.
to get some out there. I think the messaging is working. We've got a complaint this week about an unhoused kind of setup where it wasn't supposed to be. But I do think the messaging could be better and it can be scheduled, which is nice. So like in a couple of weeks, we're kind of scheduling it. So this is like forefront. Cass is also like at farmers markets, things like that. So I think we could use that opportunity to have that messaging out as well with staff at events.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I will get with both of you if that's okay. And just, the goal is to start kind of making sure our pages are intermingling very well. And so I think
Yeah.
that's opportunity.
This message
Yep.
too was shared on different channels on social media. That's basically the same thing. And
Yeah,
it
I
did
mean,
get-
just like this kind of bullet, not quite bullet point, this little breakdown you've got in the aim of the emergency information, I think is
Yeah.
super
That's what
helpful.
we
like-
shared out a
yeah.
couple weeks, but we've got hundreds of likes on
Awesome.
all of those posts together. So I
Awesome.
think it was seen. I think if Britt can keep them moving, we'll
Cool.
do that.
That's all I had. This is great. I'm super stoked. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're on to our next informational item, and that is Netherland Community Center Manager.
Mayor
John?
and trustees, this is an exciting one for us. It's a long time coming. It's been a big process. As you know, Dawn Baumhofer is our longest tenured employee, and she has been serving at the community center for a very long time. And she decided that she wanted to retire to spend some more time with her family. She's not exiting the room here. She's going to still be involved and has a role here at the community center moving forward. But we recently hired Armando Aces to be the new community center manager, and he started on July 13th. I just want to give you a little bit of background on the process. We did receive 30 applications and we interviewed candidates with a breadth of experience. It was kind of amazing the people we had in the pool. People had experience in recreation, facility management, programming, emergency response, nonprofit leadership, medical leadership, business ops, public service, community engagement. There was a lot of really great people involved in this. And I think it really showed that the work that Netherland and the Board of Trustees specifically has done to really make Netherland an employer of choice over the last few years, as we have discussed in the strategic plan, that we did get that breadth of experience in this process. Armando, I think, brought the strongest overall combination of direct recreation management, facility ops, staff leadership, budgeting, programming, risk management, and emergency preparedness. All of the things that we do at this community center. This place is a lot of things to a lot of people, and his experience touches each one of them. He most recently was a rec supervisor for the city of Greeley. He oversaw both of their rec centers, all of their outdoor swimming pools, their splash pads. He had 125 employees there and an annual operating budget of about 2.5 million, a little bit more than that. He did work in programming, staffing, memberships, events, customer service, facilities, emergency management, and operations. Previously, he has worked in both recreation and in tourism at the YMCA of the Rockies, Carbon Valley Parks and Rec, and then also in Brazil, where he's from. He is also the chair of the Colorado Parks and Recreation Association for the facility management section, which is pretty prestigious. And he teaches English as a second language at Ames Community College. He has his MBA in tourism and hospitality management and degrees in tourism, hospitality, and recreation management. He's also working on what's called the CPRP cert, which is the recreation professional certification. He's been working with Dawn. She, like I said, is going to be spending some time with her family, but still is around and available as an institutional knowledge source. Last week, they were kind of working together where they were talking about the initial priorities, which are first and foremost, supporting the staff here who are pretty amazing people. Taking a look at facility systems, safety practices, programming, all the different things we do here and all the things we could do here. Thinking about his relationships and making sure he builds those out, and then looking at completing this West Wing project as we've kind of scoped it out that you guys have talked about. Just for me, I really think this place is an important building. In a lot of ways, I think it's the heart of Netherlands, that is internal facing, right? It's not a tourism place, it's for the local people. And I think that managing it well requires operational competence, but also some heart and understanding. And I think that's what Armando brings to this position and what Don has always brought. He has a lot of technical experience, and I think he understands the importance of community, and especially small communities like ours. I am really excited to have him here. I know the staff is excited, and he's been a stabilizing force so far. And any transition like this, where you have somebody who's been here as long as Don, is always going to be challenging. And I think he's done a good job of building relationship with her and with staff and with the folks he's already interacted with. I'd like to introduce you to come in and see him. He's going to be here almost every single day. I think he'll work a little bit of a flex schedule, so he can be here nights and weekends too. But if you have ideas or you want to talk to him or anything like that, he's an open book and he's here. So this staff report is just introducing him.
All right, informational item. Is there any clarifying questions for John? Okay, and maybe for Jill, just again, because everyone can read, if there's anything else that you would add and just like kind of a synopsis of Bree and Jill. And this is one's also exciting since Jill is very much connected within the community.
As you know, we're operating the visitor center with an anticipated loss this year to keep it open for the summer. And it's been a little bit challenging to figure out how to open it with the leadership it needs, with the budget we have. And Jill is bringing light and brightness to the space. We're excited to have her. I told you earlier, we had 600 people last week, not even open every day, and we've already made $1,300. I'm very, very hopeful that you see a bigger revenue produced from the visitor center. I know we had talked about summer only. I think we have enough money right now to get through Halloween and maybe potentially through the end of the year, which would be great for us because that's just consistent ops. Same thing with her. She's going to be trying to really focus on a local first approach to the visitor center. And she's working on that right now. Next week, we have some meetings with businesses, and we're going to be working on consignment and things like that with the artists. One exciting thing that's not in here is there's a possibility that one of our local artists might paint a mural of the Peak to Peak in the visitor center, which would be super cool. So we're working on that, and we'll have more updates for you as we move forward.
That's amazing. I did have a clarifying a question about on that is oh shoot. Jill she's going to be sorry, if it's does continue to make money. So basically as we evolve, as we get into October, if it's making money, then it's potential that it can extend through, or
Correct.
is it the strategic idea is that because our numbers are lower in certain months, we might pause and then come back?
I wrote a contract so we could create a personal action notice that would extend her time through the end of the year at least. And I think that we wanted to see how, if we produce revenue, we could do that. And if it's not, we could pause for the winter. But I think one of the things we're trying to do is it would be what we really need is a full-time position to support that role or something close to it for, benefits and what it actually takes to run it.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we're looking for. One of the ideas I've had, and this is something we would talk about later, is there may be an opportunity to work with the DDA to help fund that position, since its primary purpose is supporting the downtown area. But I think we're trying to get open, cleaned up, and all those things before we get there. But we definitely can stay open till Halloween.
Okay, cool. All right. Any other clarifying questions for John on Jill Dreves?
No, just super excited. This is a great transition for her from Wild Bear. I think it's kind of a perfect
She's like ready to go.
Continuation of her involvement in town. So
yeah,
I'm really excited.
Awesome. All right. First action item of the night, Hermazyme Road Stabilization Pilot Project. So this was to us for discussion item last meeting. Here we are as an action item.
Mayor and Trustees, I'll just take questions if you have them. You've heard about this and the research behind it. So if you have any questions for me, please let me know.
Yep. So any clarifying questions about what we're doing, why we're here? Yeah.
This is the same Permazyme research grant project we talked about last summer, right?
Yes.
Correct. And at the last meeting, we brought it back, and Cass explained we can't get an NDA to get the ingredients. Trustee Donahue had mentioned that it's used in Europe with some success there, and that they have some stricter standards than us. And then we had a letter last meeting in the packet that shows from the CEO kind of explaining some of the chemical impacts. We do have the MSDS for this as well, and we think that it's worthy of a pilot project, essentially, is what the board direction was. This didn't technically need to come as an action item, but I thought, given the conversation we've had, it was good to just bring it as a public transparency kind of move.
Any other clarifying questions?
I had two. One, the contract says their quote expires on June 30th, 2026. I don't know if we need to fix that anywhere.
No, we talked to them and we told them we wanted to go through this process of the board, and they're okay with it as long as we sign it following this action.
Cool. And then is there a deadline or timeline for getting the first round in? Like, I know that was kind of weather dependent, but is there
We don't want to do it in rain. That's
Yeah.
the big thing. And it can be cold. It's not like asphalt or something. So Josh has been talking to the person because what we want to do to help maintain the warranty, the rep needs to be on site to
Yeah.
make sure it's compacted and put to the right depth. And so that the next step would be just scheduling that. And I think we have a little bit of monsoon weather coming in potentially. So it'll be some math on their part just to figure it out.
Yeah, but there's not a like a timeline, like
No.
a deadline or something. that
No,
we have
it's
to
like
worry
it
about.
comes in buckets and they've already actually delivered them, even though we haven't done
Okay.
this yet. So
Gotcha. So
but
just,
yeah, that would be the negative if you guys don't approve this, is we'll just have to send that back.
no, I just wanted to make sure we didn't have like some, we had to execute before, whatever, some 90 days deadline, and that
Sure.
would be out of luck. So as long as we just do it whenever it's ready, it's good.
All right. Any other clarifying questions? Trustee Donahue, any clarifying questions?
No, I don't. I just, I feel good about it after our discussion last time and after looking into it's kind of the European toxicity views.
Okay. Let's go to public comment and then we'll bring it back to the board for a discussion and a motion. So in the room first, any public comments on this agenda item, Permazyme? Not seeing in the room. Is there anyone online? No? All right, let's bring it back to the board for discussion and our motion. The only other thoughts that I have is being able to release this on social media when we're about to apply so that folks are aware and especially, they're aware that it's coming to their neighborhood.
Yes, in the previous staff report, we had a community engagement plan and it includes notification through, I'm blanking on our program name that we have. Wellbridge
thing.
or
Everbridge.
Everbridge.
It's the same one we use
Yeah.
for hydrants.
And then we will be posting on social media. And then we do have our process that we use when we have to do grading on a road, and we'd use that same process and make sure there's opportunities for feedback and that we're taking care of folks who can't get through the site or whatever.
Yeah. And then the only other folks that I thought about that we probably will want to hear from after the pilot are people who walk on the dirt roads, like to walk their dog or anything. If there any feedback that comes back that where the material just, if they have feedback on it, not to say it's good
Yeah,
or
I think
bad.
that's
but
good. We'll figure something out to make sure that we,
yeah, it's kind of hard to pinpoint those folks, but I walk those routes. I could probably surface some folks for us.
okay.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Okay. Was there a motion or any further discussion?
I move to approve resolution 2026-23 with Substrate LLC for the Permazyme Road Stabilization Pilot in an amount not to exceed $29,948 and authorize the town manager to execute the agreement subject to a final legal review and any non-material revisions.
Second.
Easy.
Trustee Larson,
Yes.
trustee Jocelyn,
Yes.
trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Mayor Sterling,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Yes.
trustee Donahue,
Yes.
and trustee Giblin.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion's unanimously approved.
All right. Now let's move on to our second action item, which is the ADU State Requirements Ordinance 892 by Planner Dumink.
Hello. So it's ordinance 892, which is amending section 16-33 of chapter 16 Netherlands Municipal Code related to the minimum lot size requirements for accessory dwelling units. I've came to you guys a couple of times now for ADUs, but when I submitted everything through our portal, they interpreted our code a little bit differently. And so what was caught is that right now, ADUs in a primary structure both require the same minimum lot size, which means in mountain residential, you need 2 acres, and half of our mountain residential aren't even an acre. But they can meet setbacks. And so they were saying that is too restrictive. So this is a requirement. And this does open us up to more funding. But essentially what this does is it takes off that minimum lot size requirement for ADUs. So if someone's able, for instance, I have someone I'm talking to now, they have an acre lot in mountain residential, they are able to meet setbacks, but this minimum lot size requirement is restricting them from building an ADU. which is something in our comprehensive plan, more housing. And so this would completely take that minimum lot size away. Again, there's still fire restrictions, there's still setbacks, so there's still kind of points there to make sure we don't just have these abundance of ADUs. PIF fees are also really expensive. But this really just brings us into compliance with the state. And so that's the Planning Commission did recommend approval on June 24th. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but really this was just not a staff thing. They just kind of interpreted code wrong, and I'm just trying to make sure that this is correct. This should be the last thing that we have. That's a requirement unless they throw more our way this year.
All right, great. Thank you. Any clarifying questions for Britt? All right, hearing none, we're going to go to public comment in the room. Any public comments in the room on this ADU law? Are you sure? Nothing from the corner? No? Okay, let's go online. Is there anyone online? Okay, so let's go ahead and bring it back into discussion among the board and or a motion. And just to clarify, sorry, I should have asked, but the idea is that if I have an ADU in a house, they're both requiring right now per our code, 4,000 square feet and 4,000 square feet, or 16,000 square feet and 16,000 square feet. Got
That's
it.
correct. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay.
I got a little confused by that question for some reason. So they're both, so in Old Town with a 4,000 square foot, you can do an ADU.
So yeah, so the way our code is written right now is you need 8,000 square feet, which as you know, most of those lots aren't even close to that. But how this is written now, if you're able to meet setbacks on that 4,000 or like 4,200, whatever the lot size may be, you can do an ADU as long as you can meet the setbacks of that zone.
Didn't we talk about decreasing the setbacks in high density residential?
So we did.
Decreasing, yeah, did I say
Yeah, we
decreasing? Yeah.
did decrease part of state requirement that the rear setbacks were 5 feet now. So now ADUs can be 5 feet from that lot line. And then this removes the minimum lot size on it.
So the funny thing is that all those buildings that have already been built and ADOs on those plots, technically per our code, were illegal.
Yes, non-conforming.
Non-conforming. They shouldn't have been built.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are definitely lots. I think some ADUs were built for zoning and there might have been things that happened before I was here. But since I've been here, this is a strict no-go. So-
Okay, gotcha. Any other discussion items? All right, well, just don't all jump at the same time to make a motion.
I move to recommend approval of ordinance 892, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Nederland, Colorado, amending section 16-33 of chapter 16 of the Nederland Municipal Code related to minimum lot size requirements for accessory dwelling units.
Second. Can we interject really quickly?
Was that word recommend supposed to be?
Not recommending approving.
I move to approve. Sorry, I move to approve. That word caught me. I move to approve. I move to approve ordinance 892, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Nederland, Colorado, amending section 16-33 of chapter 16 of the Nederland Municipal Code related to minimum lot size requirements for accessory dwelling units.
Second.
Okay. Yeah, that was Trustee Kennedy. Go ahead.
Trustee Larson,
Yes.
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee Giblin,
Yes.
Trustee Jocelyn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Yes.
Trustee Donahue,
Yes.
Mayor Sterling.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion's unanimously approved.
I like how you keep us on our toes, Britt. You throw those words in there just to
I
see
do.
if we're paying,
I want to make sure you know what your role is.
you and everyone else. Oh, I love it. All right, fabulous. All right, let's go on to the third action item of tonight, emergency siren grant application.
Mayor and trustees, I'll keep this one pretty brief. You all know we don't have sirens and we need them. We tried to get them last year and we were turned down on the day of the Caribou fire, and that was really aggravating. We've identified other funding sources for them, and we'd like to do that in combination with Ned Fire. They've been great partners to us. We ran into a snag today, and it was unforeseen, but this BRIC funding program may or may not be possible to apply to, but there's two other programs that are possible. So what I was thinking, since it's already in the packet, what I'd really like is to see if I can suggest a modified motion that would allow me to apply to grants, through August for an amount not to exceed $260,000, which is the project cost you see on the invoice, for 3 sirens in town. That would allow us to have a little bit of flexibility. There's 2 state programs we could apply to, and then this one BRIC program, which may still be available, but I won't probably know that until tomorrow. So that was what I was asking. If you have questions about the sirens, the locations, we're happy to answer those questions.
Okay, and just because there's a couple of tweaks here, just to sort of pull that together, is that the request and the motion that you would like to seek direction or like to move forward with is that we would give you the ability to pursue any and all of these grants not to exceed 260 to pursue sirens for the community.
Correct.
Is that correct?
The local match we had anticipated was $65,000. I think that would not change on any of these grant applications as well.
Okay. Okay, so that's part of the fiscal piece that we would have to debate and make sure we're clear on. Okay, so any clarifying questions for Town Manager Kane on this?
The locations are going to be negotiable as we move forward, or is it like, is that going to be fixed as the when we write the
not.
grant?
I think there's maps that do this work for you, and they look at the attenuation of the signal over
I'm
an
sure.
area.
Yeah.
The really critical one is probably at the wastewater plant, because that gets most of the town area. We think somewhere, probably Ned Fire is probably the next best place for it. And then honestly, we've had some debate, and I guess maybe Trustee Jocelyn, I don't know if you have thoughts about this, but probably having one on Caribou, like at the water tank, maybe by the school, kind of somewhere in that area, is probably good, because then you get that kind of triangulation of signal, and you also get into Mud Lake that way, which would be great. But we have also had some conversations about phasing this project if we had to. This system is modular, so you can add parts, and so if we had to do one and then another, we could do that as well. But I think there could be some conversation around exactly where, but I think those are like the most likely locations. The third one is probably the one that could move the most.
Anything
Well,
else?
I mean, not to discount any studies. I know one of the areas we're probably most concerned about in terms of alerting people is Big Springs, because those people need a way out. And I don't know what location reaches them best.
Yeah, but amphitheater effect, I mean, the one at the sanitation would be perfect, because really having them down low is probably better than having them up high.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is it goes across the board. I just, just kind of making that point as, that sort of seems to me to be kind of one of the key spots.
We can work with the consultant, make sure. I think the goal, we have the same goal. I think when you look at the sound attenuation maps for these sirens, that's what it shows, is it covers the Big Springs. But I think
We can
if
test
we're gonna,
it.
yeah, we want to make sure it's right, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, if we tested and, everything closed, we have to replicate a snowy 6 feet or 6 inches or whatever. If we can't hear it inside, then yeah, that could be a problem.
I
And
used to
especially
live
the
in-
very far back of Big Springs up on like above Doe Trail and stuff.
Yeah, and I used to live up in Big Springs, and one of my fondest things to do back in the day was sit out in the yard and listen to all the music coming from Chipeta. So I think if we had an emergency siren, that we're going to get a similar effect that you're talking about. We'll do the studies. We'll make sure that we're replicating in real world as well. And that's definitely a priority, that location, and the fire district will make sure that we have a strong voice in making sure that all parts of the town are being alerted in a proper manner.
And so if we do, to clarify, if we do roll out in phases, is it the water plant one would be the first priority?
I can't speak to that.
Probably that or the
Probably.
fire one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if the fire one can hit all of Big Springs.
I don't think it could
Yeah.
either.
Yeah, I don't think fire hit Big Springs, and there's a ridge, a small ridge between it and Old Town even. So it seems like
We may need to have another conversation about this, just depending on what happens. I think we want to keep working on, I think everyone in town wants this project to be funded. So we may have to come up with some creative solutions. But I think going after these funding sources, if we get the money taken care of, then it would just expedite process. And going off what we know from last year, we knew by October. So I think we can be moving along pretty quickly. But yeah, I think that's the goal, is we want to provide biggest bang for our buck. And I think the system can go up to 6 sirens total. So it may be, we can always add more and just be really loud.
Okay.
I think I'd be curious to see, if we do this phasing idea, what it would take for us to get at least 2 of them done.
Right.
And I think that kind of negates the whole thing as to where we're prioritizing. And I think we're going to have people going, well, what about us? And, now living in Old Town, one of the concerns that you have is the amount of dense
Yeah. How
vegetation
fast it'll go.
that it comes straight up to the border. So it's, granted, you have ways out. Do you have early alerting?
Yeah.
So getting the alert sent out through all the different means that we can. This siren will just be another fail-safe
Right.
to make sure that people are being alerted timely. But yeah, I think 2 would be ideal.
Gotcha. All right. What other clarifying questions do we have? All right, let's go to public comment. Any public comment in the room on applying for these grants for the siren? No? Okay. Let's go online. Is there anyone with a public comment on this subject, applying for grants for sirens? I don't think I see anyone, but Macy, if you could be my eyes.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, fabulous. So let's bring it back to the board for discussion and or to give a revised motion to Town Manager Kane. I think we probably, it's coming out of general funds. We have the money that we could use for match.
Yes.
This is something that the community is overwhelmingly, like you said, Trustee Jocelyn, it's a number of fail safes that we have to put together into a concerted strategy. And this is just one of those. So I'll be voting yes.
What changes do we need to make? I'm sorry, to the motion.
I think what the motion could be is move to approve a grant for emergency siren applications in an amount not to exceed $260,000, or maybe 265, just, somewhere 260 is fine. That's what the quote is.
Okay, so state, don't talk about the number of sirens.
I think you could, it's for 3, it would be for the 3 sirens. I think we should go for the 3 if we can get it.
Well, one of the things that it did state was in your staff report is that the price could fluctuate a little bit. And so, I mean, if we can, is the match maybe increases to like 66,000 if it's 265?
Yeah, I thought about that, putting a contingency in here, and I think the truth is we'd have to pay that out of town funds no matter what.
I see.
I think the application asking for not to exceed $260,000, it would still keep our match relatively small because we'd have to match off that amount.
Okay.
So I think it would be okay. And if you wanted to add a time component, like in 2026, all these grants are finished in August, and then we need to apply again next year for other things.
You got all that, Trustee Giblin?
No. So I approve for the town to apply for grant funding for a complete, or should I say 3-site emergency warning siren system with an estimated project budget of 260,000 and an estimated local match of 25%.
Second.
All right, Macy.
Trustee Jocelyn,
Yes, please.
Trustee Donahue,
Yes.
Trustee Giblin,
Yes.
Trustee Larson,
Yes.
Mayor Sterling,
Yes.
and, oh, excuse me, Trustee Kennedy.
Yes.
And then Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Yes.
Thank you all. Motion's unanimously approved.
All right. Well done, everyone. We should probably announce that one on social media as well, that we're pursuing that. Just as, all the fire things wrapped up. Okay, this next one discussion item is strategic plan. If you read through the packet, you will see this is one beefy little item. Now, how I would like to structure this is we go ahead and we'll do our ask clarifying questions to John. John, you don't need to read through any of this, like in terms of introducing it, unless there's additional
I
information.
just have one note. I'm sure you guys have all seen this. I tried to divide it into modules so you have stopping points that are logical.
Yes.
So that's all I want to make sure is that you have those pages.
Yes. And so what I would like to do is, so we'll ask upfront any clarifying questions on just sort of the overall strategic plan and like the survey that was put out. And then what I want to do is go directly to module 1 questions, module 2 questions, and module 3 questions. I have a feeling we will there's a potential we might stop there at module 3, because module 3 is where we are talking about the specific like type of work areas or work area topics and or objectives that come under those goals. And we might need some time to just hang out there. And if we need to pull this onto another discussion item, another meeting, next meeting to really knock out modules 4, 5, and 6, let's do that for ourselves so that we don't burn too many brain cells tonight. Okay? Is there any
Will we cycle through public comment on each module, or will we wait until we're all the way through?
So what I wanted, so asking the questions up front, because then we will go to public comment so they can public comment on the things that we've already discussed. And then we'll come back through and just wrap it up.
So do all the
We'll
the
do
modules?
modules 1 through 3.
Okay.
Okay.
So questions 1 through 3,
Mm-hmm.
public comment, back to discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then decide how we want to move forward.
Okay.
Okay. And if there's any direction that we want to provide. All right. So let's start off by asking John if there are any clarifying questions just in general about the strategic plan. And then, like I said, we will go and dive into the specific modules.
I'm sure that it's in here, but I didn't see it in my first reading. Is how many public comment public survey responses did we end up getting in the end?
51.
Thank you.
I used statistics numbers, so I used N representing that number for the different values, and not that it's just like statistically significant data, but I just thought that's what I did.
What other clarifying questions are there? All right, we're going to go straight to checkpoint number 1. Thank you for creating the checkpoints, by the way. It was very easy for me to organize this meeting.
I was hoping that was a good idea.
It was a fantastic idea. Well done. And well done just in general in laying out the information. This is a lot of information to get through, and it was easy to read through, well structured. You knocked it out of the park. So well done.
Thank you.
So the direction requested under checkpoint number 1. So under checkpoint number 1, we are confirming the evidence foundation. So basically, we were presented all the survey information, the work that the town has to carry on. So the first question to us is, does the board confirm that the board, public, and operational evidence has been fairly summarized? And I guess let me ask it a different way. Is there anybody who has a concern with that?
Will you restate the question a little bit?
The question is, does the board confirm that the board, public, and operational evidence has been fairly summarized? I'm seeing nods. Topher, feel free to come off and just speak up because I can't see you.
Yeah, I feel it's been presented. I'm concerned about that, basing our big decisions on the 3.4% of our population.
So fair point to bring up. And I think that it's probably a fair statement for us to say that this is a data point along with, all the other things, comprehensive plan, historical knowledge, in terms of what people have asked for, which is oftentimes, caught or in the comprehensive plan. So yeah, so thanks for bringing that up.
I also, just as a note, I have heard feedback that this is a complicated survey, and that's true because it basically synthesizes all of our plans and tries to bring the priorities into a space to understand what all the boards are doing, what all the plans say, and kind of like all the things the board has been talking about over the last 2 years. And that is complicated. And so one of the things I would suggest is we kind of dial this in from 41 different priorities to whatever this final version looks like. That should probably have a similar process and bring it back to the public so people can see and respond to that as well, because it'll just be a lot easier to digest.
Yeah. And yet still, even like people's responses were helpful to
Yeah,
see.
they were
And
awesome. There's so many engaged and knowledgeable people about, our comp plan alone is a really beefy document to understand, but between all the plans and all the work plans, there's quite a few folks who know exactly what we're doing and where we're going. So
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I feel like all survey responses, are super valuable, but also need a grain of salt because, yeah, it was a complicated thing to even fill out, let alone reach the, as Trustee Donahue said, 50 people, that's great, but small percentage of the overall.
Right. So using it as just another data point, it's just something it's something to consider for sure. Okay, so from what I can see is that we don't have any concerns where how the evidence has been fairly summarized. Fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, does the board confirm the 5 work lanes and the principle that reliable service and required committed work must remain visible and protected? So the 5 work lanes is what turns into the 5 main overarching goals, right? And the question here is, do we agree and can we confirm that the reliable service and required and committed work must remain visible and protected? I would say this is a yes for me.
staff would appreciate that. I think that's what I wanted to bring to this conversation is government is a service, right? That's
Yep.
what we're doing. And I think all the work we do is service, and just prioritizing delivering excellent service is kind of what I was getting at there.
Yes. But I think it also leads to what we're going to continue to build out is that, okay, well, if something else comes onto the plate, what potentially has to drop off? Is that a fair statement, Town
Yes.
Manager Kane?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yep. Okay. And that's just good governance and leadership on our behalf. If we continue to pile things onto staff, then nothing gets done. Okay, not hearing there are any concerns with this one. We'll go on to number 3. Does the board confirm the completion rule? So the completion rule is finish, stabilize, transfer, close, or explicitly redirect active work before allowing it to disappear. Generally okay with that?
Very much so.
Yes. Yes. All right, I'm seeing
Do another go around with just things could be written simpler. I mean, the survey itself, it's just, it's, I'm not a fast reader. I'm a smart guy, but it takes me a while sometimes to put things together or to read things and kind of take them in. And I would just say simplicity. I do know of someone who was on this for a while and then she got frustrated and sadly gave it a break. But of course it doesn't save. So she came back and it was all gone. So she emailed someone who emailed me, and I just think simple wording is really the way to go.
I agree. I think
it's really where
government is complicated and we need that to be an operating principle too.
Okay, so coming back to the question number 3, does the board confirm the completion rule finish, stabilize, transfer, close, or explicitly redirect active work before allowing it to disappear?
Yeah. Yeah.
How would you rewrite it?
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Well,
the goal of this is to say we should finish projects before we squirrel.
Yeah, that's simple.
Yeah.
This other thing's reads like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it is nice though to say that these are the different stages. Either it's going to get finished, we're going to stabilize it, we're going to transfer it somewhere else, or we're going to close it down. So, but it hasn't been a process necessarily that we have employed 100%. I would say we haven't. And that's for us to make sure it's explicit.
Yeah, the only thing I actually like in the wording that I don't love there is explicitly redirect, which could just be like a future board says, actually don't work on that.
I really
I don't-
agonized over that, to be honest with you, because I think that that's happened
More
in the
times than
past
not.
at times, and it could always happen. And I think that maybe this comes along with how, like, and later in the aim, I talk about this a little bit. Like I tried to reimagine our scorecard, which I know you guys all know, but I think like really thinking through what these work plans look like and really making sure that they're an explicit part of our operating structure is a really good way to do that. And then also putting the service lens on, because, you know, we all know we want toilets to flush, but also these other things that we're doing, how we build capacity and really make them part of our required work, and then think differently about how we, what the extra is. That's like, I think where the magic is. And so I think you're 100% right on that. I think that's something we would want to bake in, Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
And just having a record, if it does get redirected, then it's written somewhere. Oftentimes it just falls off and nothing happens.
Yeah, for sure. It just seems like, yeah, it would, you know, one of the things that I would like to see out of this is the first 4 of those: finish, stabilize, transfer, close. Like that's, you know, we may choose to transfer the work and, you know, but like the redirect gives me just a little,
Got
but
it.
that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Finish, stabilize, transfer, close. There we go. All right. Number 4, what specific correction, additional evidence, or revision would the board require before moving forward? So anything from before checkpoint 1, so we're at checkpoint 1, so anything up above that would require specific correction, additional evidence, or revision. Did anybody have anything? I didn't have anything either. So, and just to make sure, Trustee Donahue, you didn't have anything in terms of specific revisions?
No.
Okay. All right. Then I believe we've passed checkpoint number 1. So let's now.
No, I had one.
Oh, what's
I just wanted to make sure it was in this module. So we had talked about dark sky back on May 19th being like in there as a list. So no one in the public saw that as an option. Like I even control F'd it and couldn't find anything. And I put it in as a comment, but I was kind of flustered that it didn't go in because after our last meeting, I think we'd agreed it would go in and it didn't go in. And so the public didn't comment.
That's my
on that.
fault. We had to
Okay.
change the public survey and it was not intentional, but there
Okay.
was board direction, as you noted, from the previous board.
So I'd love to keep it on board
Yeah.
through at least some public vetting.
But to clarify, nobody on the board voted for it.
I did.
I did.
Well, yeah,
I
I
did-
don't
I
think
did.
so.
Not our top.
No, all we had to do was, well, we couldn't
Yeah.
vote for it. It wasn't an
Yeah.
option, so we had
No,
to
I
write
put-
it in.
I put it, I was on, it was, I had like the little
I commented
slider
about it.
thing, so I moved it into my list.
On the top, like, because I think it asked for the top 3 or 5. And so did it hit your top 5? Because we have 0 that came in for dark skies.
So even I didn't understand how to work the
Yeah.
survey because, I mean,
didn't either.
guaranteed I would have stuck it there just to give it a vote.
Yeah.
And I didn't see a way to vote for it. Or slide. So I had to put it in as a comment, which I saw that was noted somewhere, but.
Okay, but you saw it as an option in the board.
What I see is a strategic problem, well, a problem, kind of a structural issue that if I had a hard time with it as a trustee,
Oh, this is.
Yeah.
a lot of people had a hard time with it and things, I just don't think it was a good round.
He didn't
frankly.
take the correct one.
Right.
No,
Well,
really.
a couple of you took the public survey instead of the trustee survey. And so I normalized the data for that. But your point is well taken. Just to note, as your board, you guys decide these priorities are really your priorities. So you can add that. And it really belongs on the planning commission work plan is where that would go.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely made a point of making sure it was on my list when I went through the survey.
Right. It's on everyone's list, but it's whether or not it was prioritized in the top 5.
Yeah, I missed that.
Okay. Yeah.
And I missed the ordering of the priorities for a good chunk of the survey.
Me too.
Yeah, and so part of it, the work that John had to do was normalize the two trustees who took the public survey. And so that would explain why you had to put a comment in for dark skies, is because
I couldn't put it in the 1 through 5 place. I couldn't put it in a place. I had to just add it as a comment.
okay, yeah.
And so therefore
Okay.
I couldn't rank it.
Yeah, because it didn't get transferred over. So
I mean, the thing is, I've been researching this, with Flagstaff. There's 8 towns in Colorado, 9 Breckenridge just joined.
let's bring it into
Yeah,
checkpoint 3.
Okay, cool.
Because that's
cool.
where
This process is so organized, it's confusing. I mean, it's so like, it's so high tech, it's low tech, it's just, it doesn't seem easy to follow.
So we'll roll that in because checkpoint 3 is all about talking about the specific work plans or objectives underneath the goals. So we'll come to that here in just a moment.
Yeah, and that seems like that's planning commission.
Yeah, my plan is to deliver to them a completed product for them to look at.
Yep. Okay, so now we're on checkpoint 2. So confirm the plan architecture and the controlling conditions. So under checkpoint 2, I'm on, if you guys are following along, I'm on page 119 of 143. And the first question is, does the board confirm that the proposed definitions, work lanes, completion discipline, and plan architecture? And so, tracking along, if went up, is that those are up above in the tables and in the narrative that John had provided. Basically, the definitions, I'm scrolling up, around core service, required work, committed work, strategic goal. Let's start there. Is there anything that didn't ring true for folks under useful definitions? Okay. Under the recommended plan architecture, this is helpful for just making the board aware that, hey, there are core services, there's already committed work, there's strategic goals, there are the objectives underneath. From those get created the department work plans, and then we have the advisory board work plans and opportunity pipeline. Is there any concerns with how staff will craft that?
I might have missed it, but I didn't see, at least in a clearly stated way, the sort of intention to review the advisory boards as a functional entities and process.
So my guess is that from the work plans, it'll have like what is to be held accountable for them, and then the scorecard.
I think typically that's what you want. You want to have a high level strategic goal. And I think part of that is that's kind of what I was trying to build out with the advisory board section, is looking at what they do and how they do it. And I think that could be, because if you think about your plan that you have, or not your plan, our plan, the previous, there's a higher level goal and there's bullet points underneath. And I think that might be one of the goals that you're trying to accomplish. And so that's why I think just to respond to what you're saying, I had spent a lot of time working on this. I don't think it actually is confusing, but I maybe should have put a little bit more lens on top. What it's designed to do is say, here is what we have as data, here is what a strategic plan does, and here's how we structure it. And I think it's pretty clear how the modules are laid out like that. I think the challenge is that when we look at a strategic plan, it's not a work plan. A work plan is generated from a strategic plan.
And by the staff, if I could clarify.
Yeah,
right?
and we want those to be smart, achievable goals. And so I think that that's what I was trying to get at here is this is how this plan is going to work. These are the definitions. It's like code. Like when planning commission makes a land use decision, it's based on criteria. And what I'm trying to do is give you guys a strategy and structure to say, this is work that matters and this is why. And then be able to be a little bit more proactive in how you approach a new goal. For instance, say you were going to buy a ski area. Nobody knew that was going to happen. And you need to have a structure in place to say, this is how we will execute that work. And I think that will happen in the future too. And I think we've heard that from the advisory boards too, that there's a disconnect sometimes between what the advisory board does and the board does. And that's challenging, especially when a recommendation comes and then it has to be denied or something, which is always hard for everyone. But if we can build better alignment because we're all agreeing on how this strategic work occurs, I think that we can more closely tie the advisory board work to the board work and have better outcomes in terms of managed work. So what I would suggest is that could be one of the bullets that you have under a overarching work plan, is just to say, we want to look at these structures and make sure that we're set up the most effectively for what we need.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it was more like looking for something that would say, like, evaluating the need for, separate from how they function, the need for advisory boards.
I tried to get that in the goals section. This is not
Okay.
the goals, but this
Okay.
is just this architecture. But I
Okay.
hear what you're saying.
Okay.
I'll take a note.
Oh, looking at the overall structure of our advisory boards, and do
Yeah,
we have
just-
the right one?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Okay.
That one.
No problem. Yep. Yes, and quite honestly, that should be like after we solidify our strategic plan, is like that's kind of our best leadership, is to assess, do we have the right people in the right spots?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I come back to the question, does the board confirm that the definitions, those work lanes, and the completion discipline and plan architecture are okie dokie to move forward with? I see.
To be a bit of a, pain in the ass. Work lanes means, like I go through this and I don't quite
Some of this is
follow some of the terminology.
I think the goal of a work lane is to say that there's different things that are happening in a town. So not just our departments, but this is the work of the Board of Trustees. This is the work
Okay.
of this department or whatever. Required core services is kind of a part of that. And then looking at the difference between like a required core service that needs to be protected at all costs and kind of a prioritization of different opportunities. And so maybe that is not the right way to say that. And it definitely doesn't have to be a part of this piece of it. But I think what I was trying to get at is making sure that we're managing all the different things that need to happen.
Actually, that did just draw my attention to, I'd kind of sort of lumped the first two lanes together of core services and required and committed work. But it does sort of catch my eye that parks, facilities is in core services, but law and public safety is, debt and public safety were in the second lane. I mean, am I missing? Those seem like core services.
So
Am I
I'm gonna
just
take a
missing?
stab at it because I feel like I'm starting to wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So the difference is based on how they're governed, right? So where the core services are protected through the service expectations, staffing, systems, equipment, supervision, and the annual budget, the required and committed work, such as law, debt, public safety, are carried according to deadline, risk, legal duty.
Quasi judicial action is one of the things I was thinking about. We'll have, that happens quite often for Brit. We'll have a planning case come and then that has a deadline that needs to be met. And so that's what I was thinking.
And
But-
it's just, we don't know about it until it hits,
Yeah.
right? Kind of a
And
thing.
it affects,
Right.
it affects capacity because
Yeah.
it takes Brit out of the rotation for a little bit.
And I think that these are things that are often at a staff level, can be invisible to us. And unless we're asking the right questions and unless we have sort of the shared definition and, for John to raise his hand and say, hey, we've got some committed work and we are now going to be impacting timelines here for X, Y, or Z. Those are healthy conversations to have. So coming back, Trustee Giblin, the work lanes, does that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I hear more as like what each board or what each board, commission, staff, what they do.
Mhm.
What falls into their line of work, scope of work. You mean on top of the I don't think we need more stuff. Yeah, because because other people are looking at this too, and I do think looking at this core services, this recommended plan architecture, it's that's a great table. I mean, that is kind of complete. It just you got to read through it kind of carefully.
If someone's talking besides Billy, we can't hear you online.
Thank you.
I was just saying, we'll bring back a
welcome.
much more simple document once we get through the questions.
And also my thoughts on that is like the work plans are really at the staff level because we're gonna have the goals, we're gonna have the objectives, and we're gonna be seeing reporting out on those. I don't think that we need to go deep dive into work plans. Okay, so number 2, does the board confirm the 5 goal areas and that financial stabilization and service capacity will govern pace while the structural imbalance persists? So basically the question here is that we have the 5 goal areas that you have highlighted. And the key question here is that you want to thread those decisions and how those goals and objectives are propped up through the lens of financial stabilization and service capacity. This comes back to, do we have the budget and do we have the people to do it? Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, and then some process just to keep new opportunities moving.
Sure.
So the 5 goal areas kind of goes back to the first checkpoint. That was one of those other. I guess. So is it biblical that there's only 5 goal areas per board, or that number seems somewhat like it's kind of a logical number, but it doesn't seem like
Yeah, I think
the only allowed number.
I think what it is more like a commitment, which is how I said it in the top, which may be better. But we're going to provide reliable service to the community. We're going to get that was one of the big themes from the resident survey. If you see it, it's the completion. Like I think people think we have things hang, and so I think I put that in there. Stewardship, just making sure we're taking care of what we're entrusted with. The discipline, the fiscal discipline, positive intent, and working with our co-production, which is a pretty, it's a term that means a lot. But here I just mean working with, building using Netherland to its fullest to make sure that we're getting things happening, and then making sure that we're learning and we're progressing and applying those lessons to what we're doing. So it's really about operating commitments, probably is the best way to say that, which is I should have just kept that same language.
But also to clarify, if John, if I were to dip inside your head and read your mind, is that the 5 is what bubbled up as potentially the most impactful and influential, and also had the ability for staff to service. Is that a correct statement?
Correct. And that's why I had like the 2 lenses, or the 2 layers. So I have the service, like everything we do is about service, capacity, opportunity. Those are kind of the things we're looking at a high level. And then those 5 or those commitments kind of sit under there is what we're looking at within that process. But that could be, I get what you're saying. That's a little bit complicated there.
And so, and to answer your question, Billy, is 5 the right number? I think typically for good leadership and whatever, you want to do 3 to 5. You start to do more than 5, what becomes important? None of it becomes important. You got 20 number 1 things to do. And so the question is like, as a board is, knowing that this is what is provided as a recommendation because of staff capacity. Sure, could we move things around? Yes, and we have to take into consideration the fiscal and staff capacity. And that this was also either pulling from comprehensive plan, multiple data points, comprehensive plans, public data, or the public survey, our thoughts, and then just what was already ongoing work. So really the question is, are we okay with agreeing and committing that financial stabilization and service capacity will sort of just govern our pace with these goals? That's the question.
That's a fair question. I mean, I think, things like Eldora come up and everything changed, and with prioritization, and which I think is the right decision. And so I just think, John said it's a different way, but openness to what may come, which is unknown at this point. I mean, Tan used to say that before, and I agreed with her 100%. You know, like we also need to be open to things that may come up.
Yeah, and I think that your architecture addresses this, right? Like what's in the pipeline, like
Yeah.
what's in the open pipeline that we should either move in and then move something else out
Yeah.
if necessary.
That's what I was thinking with reimagining the scorecard is it gives us
Yeah.
some criteria to bring a project forward.
Okay.
Oh, well, with the sustainability scorecard?
No,
No.
I'm actually, my scorecard that's in here is different. It's the same idea, but what it would be is a way for staff or an advisory board or whoever, or the board themselves, if there's an idea, just to give a criteria to determine whether or not that should move forward and just something that makes a structure for it.
So we can start to hold people accountable, right? Okay, so it sounds like, looking through the lens of financial stabilization and service capacity to govern the pace, we're generally okay with that, seems like. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I don't think there's any other option, but like, I mean, Billy's point of Eldora, reshuffled priorities in a way that, would not have been expected, in any strategic planning. And yeah, the reality is we will adapt. If something similar happens to us, we will adapt to reshuffling our priorities based on the needs. And sometimes that will eclipse capacity.
And 4.
All right. Number 3, does the board confirm that service capacity and opportunity and the proposed operating commitments is the shared foundation for the plan? I think it kind of goes in line with the previous question, but that right there, the opportunity pipeline sort of leaves it open for us to be adaptable if something new comes along. Yep. All right. I'm seeing nods.
Yeah.
Number 4, does the board confirm that objectives will be measurable where useful and activated work plan commitments will be specific, assigned, supported, and time bound where feasible? Yes, is my answer to this, and I have more to say in checkpoint 3, in module 3 here.
We had been talking about, I think the last plan is designed around SMART goals, and that's really what I'm thinking about here.
Yep.
Should we just kind of go with that strategy?
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, yes. This just seems a little bit unrealistic in real life a lot of the time.
Give an example.
Well, I guess Big Spring's fire egress, like specific, assigned. It's been a lot of back and forth and a lot of readjusting and replanning and respecifying, and it just it feels like in reality a lot of projects end up being messier than we anticipate, and so I guess maybe saying where feasible is is the caveat that catches the.
I think this is a staff control too, right? So I think part of the thing is we have projects that were agreed to that nobody in this room was a part of, right? That are going on for a long time. And I think that was one of the themes from the public is we need to still move those forward. And I think one of the challenges Netherland has had is that sometimes there's too many cooks in the kitchen. And so our staff really is pretty professional. And I think we've come up with some really good ways to use the board really strategically when we need to. And I think that by continuing that and kind of raising that ship of how we engage in project management, we can probably clean that up a little bit. And I think that's one of the things I've been talking to with staff over this process is that we would love to meet the board. Like we all need to think about our roles here, and staff needs to make sure it's a lesson I think Jennifer taught me really early is like we shouldn't be talking about our capacity in a setting like this. We should already have a way to think about that so that when we tell you, yes, we can do this, it's possible. And we've already kind of worked that through. And I think that that's one of the things I've noticed in my time here is we're oftentimes reactive and we're not proactive. And that doesn't mean a bad thing. It just means we have a lot of things to manage. And so if we can build some of that in, I think we can start achieving more time-bound projects, but it's just a matter of building our capacity to do that, I think.
And some of these time-bound projects are grant time bound. Like
Yeah.
we have to, and so those are the things that get worked into the goals. Big Springs Egress you brought that up. That's a perfect example. We have a deadline of December 31st, 2026. And so we as a board have the obligation to be, one, reported on that on a regular basis, and two, be asking the questions if we don't see movement. And with the way that boards turn over, we need something like this to remind us of where the priorities are.
I do think, to your point though, there is, stuff happens and we need to make sure, like, I think measurement that just becomes punitive because of unforeseen circumstances is not good. I think we need to build that in because Big Springs Egress is the perfect example of a very wicked problem that has a lot of considerations. And so I think you're right about that. We need to make sure that there's process there.
And I always get the question, because I've ran so many teams through strategic goaling like this, is like, oh my gosh, well, what if we don't hit it? And it's like, well, the point is that we have the goal, we're asking the right questions of each other, and we're holding each other accountable for it. And then it's transparent, it's visible. Staff know exactly where they need to head, and we know exactly where we need to head as well.
Yeah, and I think actually, maybe a lot of my concern is rooted in, same thing that a lot of the public has said about things that just don't see completion, either because we bit off more than we could chew, or we didn't scope, we didn't do these things. And so, laying this out maybe sets us up for better completion.
I will tell you from the staff perspective, those work lanes will help fix that problem because that is one of the frustrations I hear from my staff every day is, and you see it sometimes down further, like in what water and wastewater is talking about a little bit, is that sometimes we have to clean sewers out and get hydrants done. And we have very short work plans in certain times of the year that we have to get a lot done in a little bit of time. And building some time for staff to deliver excellence in service, which, we're always trying to improve that. We can always do better, but that will help so much being able to put that lens and say, hey, we can't build this trail right here because we're really working on Chipeta Park or whatever it is, but that doesn't mean it's not important. And building that opportunity pipeline so that we have a way to surface important things and volunteer work and all those things too. But I really think that will help a lot.
Okay. What I've seen happen over the last several years is that, and actually this was an occurrence that just happened between John and I. He came to me with something, I can't remember what it was now. And you were asking about putting it on the agenda. And I said, is this a priority? Like, of all the other things that you have to do, like, is this the priority? And is this something that we need to be paying attention to? Probably not. Are there other ways to solve it? Are there different, to be able to say no can be very empowering to the staff to say, we know you're already handling a lot. And if something is a yes, we as a group need to be prepared to say, this is a yes, and now this is a no. We have to be willing to do that. We can't continuously pile everything on the staff and say it all needs to get done.
Well, and the things that we say yes to, that we can say, this is what it's going to take when we say yes, so that we set ourselves up with this specific time bound, like maybe not necessarily time bound, but that we set up a scope that is achievable instead of these sort of more open-ended things that have run on.
Well, and it allows work to be prioritized. So let's say if something really doesn't have a time boundness, well, that's up for staff to decide, this is actually what we're going to tackle first. And we're going to give a deadline of April 31st or April 30th. I don't think there's an April 31st, but we're going to give it a deadline of April 30th because that's our goal and that's what we're going to commit to. And if we slip, we're going to let you know why.
Yeah.
And so we need to give them the ability to dictate that.
Okay.
Not every date is going to come from us.
Right.
Probably 70% of the dates are going to come from staff.
Yeah. Or grants or
whatever. Grants. Right. Yeah. Okay. But in general, I guess the question comes back to, does the board confirm that service capacity and opportunity are kind of those proposed operating commitments?
Oh, I thought we were on number 4 now. Objectives will be measurable, where useful, activated, work plan commitments will be specific, assigned, supported, and time-bound.
Yep, sorry. Thank you. So we're okay with smarting goals.
Yeah.
Sounds like. Okay. And last one, number 5, what specific revision or additional example does the board require before staff applies this architecture to the recommended goals? Any specific examples or changes?
I don't know if this is the right,
Go ahead, Dover.
I don't know if this is the right place for it, but I keep considering this. The kind of historical strategic goals that we've had, there's just this little bit of a feeling of, I mean, I realize that giving the direction that the town staff needs is really critical, and I appreciate John's done this, the staff's done to make this, give them a document that gives them the best direction from the board. But there's a little bit of a feeling, of course, of the reinventing the wheel on, on things that the community's been directing us to do for a long time. And I don't have an answer. It's more of a question of where can we fit in the historical direction from the community in this.
So that's probably the right question for this next section.
Okay.
Can I come back to it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I have a small one here. So our timeline for this is 2027 to 2029. Given the amount of work that is going into this, is there a possibility, or do we have a desire to extend this out into a longer timeline?
So we can always we should be revisiting this on a regular basis. And if we do have to extend it out, then I would suspect that that would be something.
I built that in later to, I was thinking.
2026.
I called it a capacity dividend, which is stupid, and I'm sorry, I get it. But I was thinking you're going to get additional capacity and you need a process to continue working. And I think we have the ability to add potentially like that. I think that should be something that you guys consider how we add more work, because that's what happened on the last strategic plan is we XXX and then it kind of becomes a dead document. But you could do that annually. And I would suggest that happen in the budget process. And that's actually GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, that's a recommended strategy for budgets.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Just even if it's a brief revisit every year around budget time, and also it's just a checkpoint. How much did we get done? What did we check off the list?
Well, we're going to get updated on it monthly.
Yeah, but as we revisit, okay, we accomplished this year things X, Y, and Z. Do we want to add, A, B, and C from our wish list or things that have come up or whatever?
But actually, jumping on you called this out being for 27 to 29. I think you just mentioned, it's 26. It should be 26 through whatever. But I was actually thinking we need to go the other way and make it 26 through 28. Because otherwise we're putting this on the next, if we push it 29 or even later, that's the next board and next mayor are under this document. And yeah, it should be reviewed and updated, but this is for our board under mayoral term. You again, 2 years, whatever, but not try to say, oh, this is going to be the document that all future boards work under.
Yeah, for sure.
So that may be a specific change, is just to tighten up the dates to meet for the goals of this board.
Yeah, I like 26, 28. I'm with you.
I mean, what we did before was 23 to 25, and because of Eldora, it became 2026. But I do like the idea of more or less trying to run with a 2-year term, and then we can kind of work on the projects, the people who voted for them, and then potentially, the whole redirect or whatever word you didn't like. I mean that two new people come in and they may have very different ideas.
Like we're doing right now. Okay. Next. Okay. So here we are. Let me do a pulse check. How are we doing?
Can we go to the bathroom?
Yeah, let's take can we do it in 5 minutes? Okay, so it just turned over. So we'll go ahead and put it up to 9:15 for y'all. Come back at 9:15. I was going to. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll continue our discussion. So we are at checkpoint 3, which was kind of my goal tonight, is if we can start to get here and just answer a couple of questions. I think because it's been a lot of information, I would ask that we then hit pause and then pick up this conversation in another meeting, and we just continue to kind of hack at it. Do I hear any really strong counter arguments to that? Trustee Larson said he wants to go to 11. We're going to have to do an intervention with him pretty soon. Okay. So let's at least get through kind of these first couple of questions where we take a look at the recommended goal areas, and those are outlined. You can look back up in checkpoint 3 right before it. So it's the 5 recommended goal areas. And then, that second question is, does the board confirm that the proposed distinction among required and ongoing work, board priority objectives, department, enterprise work plans, advisory board work plans, and developing opportunities? And I might even push us to number 3, which is which work area should be added, removed, combined, revised, or assigned a different route. So this first one, let's go back up. The 5 that are proposed. How do we feel about that? And the 5 are...
Financial sustainability, organizational capacity.
Yep.
Eldora acquisition, transition, long-term success. Safe, prepared, resilient community. Infrastructure, facilities, and asset stewardship. And then housing, land use housing, land use downtown, and functional local economy.
And one of the clarifying questions that I have here is that this is just specific to the Board of Trustees. Is this a true statement? Okay.
Correct. You could probably fit the work plans generally fit for the advisory boards into these categories. But
yeah, but just to make sure that this is what we're talking about specifically for the Board of Trustees. Okay. Before I go on to my other points, are there any other clarifying questions or anything, feedback around these 5 high-level buckets? And the 5 high-level buckets are on page 121.
I mean, I realize there's always going to be overlap. But for me, I need a little bit more clarity about which, well, I guess clarity on what segregates these goals, especially around resiliency, sustainability, functional local economy is part of a resilient community, right? And so clarifying how do we direct things into these different lanes? Like I said, acknowledging that there's always going to be things that are impact across different goals, but
so do the work area under each one of these tables, does that help clarify for you?
Not quite enough. Yeah, not quite enough. I'm not sure I have answers. Maybe that's more a discussion stage thing, but for me, that was something that jumps out that I just a little too easy to cross-pollinate for me.
Okay. Other thoughts?
And when you're, Luke, I don't want to question for you. When I read like a safe, prepared, and resilient community, which obviously infrastructure is rather important to that, and then we see infrastructure, facilities, and asset stewardship, are you asking for clarification between why those are crossing over? Or
Not so much is, it's more when we're coming up with specific projects or tasks. Obviously, things that meet multiple goals are great, right? But if we're sort of trying to, as John said, like you sort of have these swim lanes of the different advisory boards or different, you know, departments in town, like it seems to me it would be more helpful to be able to say, hey, this goal of being safe and prepared falls squarely within Ned Fire. And so we're going to direct the resources in that direction. As opposed to, well, is this infrastructure or is this preparedness, or like, yes, this meets all our goals. That's great. It just sort of seems like you could easily say all of those things are so interconnected that they're essentially, hey, we want a good, healthy town.
John, do you?
This is more discussion. I don't want to get too
just to give
sidetracked.
a brief idea of what I was thinking about here. I took the survey, and the biggest areas that we see kind of alignment between the board, the public, the advisory board members that did participate, and then staff. And that's how I got the goal areas. And really, these are very high level goals. And usually strategic plans for boards are like that. Those are what you want. You want to say, these are what we are really focused on here. And then within that comes department work plans, these advisory board work plans, and then you all are going to want, you're going to have priorities that you want to do too. One of the things I really highlighted here, I think the two things that are really important to me are the first two. Financial sustainability and organizational capacity has to be the overarching everything we do from this point forward. And it has been. We've done a good job. Your board is new, but the previous board did a lot of work in this space too, and staff has too. I think we've really held expenses down, and we've been really creative about that. And that's largely because you guys have given us great ability to do that. And some of the ways that comes forward is like in a budget process, right? We're saying, hey, we really need to think about these trade-offs, whatever. So these are a little bit broad. I think Eldora acquisition, transition, long-term success, also very broad, but also critically important and something that we got to get right. I hear what you're saying on resiliency. I think one of the things that we're doing right now that is working in the resiliency space is Patrick Giblin and a team from CU are doing an amazing job creating a resiliency plan for us. And it talks about more than just fire resiliency. It's resiliency for the community based on the comprehensive plan. And so I think that that's another part of this, one of the big priorities in the survey, probably because of the season we're having. And you see kind of I put little highlights in here, and I can build this out more, but just like resiliency in this space and safety are about making sure we have sirens and sidewalks. It's safe to walk your kids to school. Let's get that high school path built, things like that. Infrastructure is a little bit different. I'll be honest, Netherland hasn't done a very good job taking care of its buildings to date. And that's largely because we don't always have the money to do it. So it's kind of another one of those reactive things. We need to start having a capital plan. We have a great water, wastewater one that's coming and it's been developed. That needs to kind of go forward across the entire portfolio of town-owned property, our pipes, all that's not the most exciting project, but it's really important. And then in that other bucket, it's really these kind of land use issues, right? It's the things that we think about that really impact the town. So it's housing. How do we make sure Netherland can be a place where people live? How do we make sure it's a place where people can have a business? How do we protect small businesses and make sure that that's the economy we have here and it stays vibrant? That's why a functional local economy is there. We need to have places people can work that are local and that support what we're doing here. And so when I looked at those public responses, these are the areas that most popped. I hear what you're saying on that some of these goals are vague too within the different sections. And that also, I think you guys could it's to give you an idea of, I think, what the priorities were that were in there and like where we need to be focused. But you could be more specific. But again, it doesn't necessarily need to go to a work plan because these are going to be what dictate those work plans, which we've actually not done in Netherlands specifically. We've never actually presented you with department work plans because it's just not been at the capacity level we have. But this would be a way that we can start working on that.
So one of my clarifying questions here is, so we have the 5 goals or 5 objectives, and we'll get better at dialing in our vernacular and our definitions. Maybe where do sort of like those key results or how it was written previously. Because what it seems like is that there's a big jump between our objectives, which are the 5 big things, and then it'll go into work plans. But I feel like there's this middle that's missing. Specifically, let's take one of them. So I'm under infrastructure, facilities, and asset stewardship. Love it. Love the fact that we're focusing on what we already have in the maintenance of those facilities. So, for instance, under the work area in that table, one of them says to implement resilient utility capital rate and PIF strategies. What? You know, like if there was an ability to get more specific as to what those things are, because then that feeds a little bit more of the specificity for the work plans by staff. Is it all of those are important all at the same time? Is it that what does improve roads and drainage and fleet actually mean?
I see what you're saying.
Does it mean like a reduction in, improvement means like what? A reduction in accidents? It means an improvement in drainage. Like for me, there is this, forgive the pun, but there is a missing middle here that where we go from objective that we need a little bit more clarity on.
Well, here's a suggestion. We have some direction from you on these other areas. We could come back with a modified, simpler version of this where we really talk about these goals.
Yeah.
And I think we could go back to the initial goals we were talking about. This is a little bit broad, but we could bring forward another discussion that builds the middle, or how
Yeah.
do you want to take, I guess that would be the question.
So the objectives, I'm generally just fine with the objectives, the high level goals.
Yeah, we
Okay.
just need
And like I said, we'll figure out the vernacular and how we want to define it. I'm generally fine with those 5 high level goals. It's this work area column that I think we need better, like more specificity.
It needs to be like fund and install sirens by, like that's what we're looking for.
And if it's the 3 sirens that need to be installed, and maybe that's the one that goes into resilience, going back to, Luke's like, where does it go? Does it go under infrastructure or does it go under resilience? Type of a conversation. But the point being is that there's still a lot here. And if you really had to whittle it down to the top work areas to make sure that we hit those goals, like if we do nothing else but hit some of these goals, what are they? And what is the specificity around them?
So
Yeah.
are we looking in this stage of the document, are we looking for that specificity of by sirens,
Yeah.
finished Big Springs egress?
Yeah,
Like-
because I don't know exactly, if creating resiliency or infrastructure, like if it just says improve.
Yeah, well,
does that
I was
mean?
just wondering, like, if that's, I mean, because we've sort of gone from broad goals to,
Yeah.
like, are we at, because you could say improve emergency communication and public preparedness, like.
What does that exactly mean?
Right, well, but that seems like that's a
Supplemental.
that's a sub goal that you would then put fire, the emergency sirens, other things, note the notifications that John's putting out of like, how do you improve your preparedness? Like, there are lots of things we could put into that.
There are a lot, and that's the problem.
Okay, yeah.
Like
So and
whittle
that-
it down.
Well,
Is what that means.
so are we looking to, this is a true clarifying question, are we looking to refine these specific work areas to specific tasks, or are we going to have another phase of this where we will come up with the very specific things we want to put into this?
So for me, it's not the very specific how the work gets done. That's the work plan. Don't care about it. That's for staff to own and to operate. There's a little something upstream here for me where it is, I call them key results, but it's sort of like we've got the high level objective, and then how do we actually, how do we make sure that objective gets done? And
Right.
I see that under the work area. That's at least that's what it seems like. That's what you were starting to get at. And now I'm asking like for some more specificity.
Would you want to I guess my question is, if these top level ideas are okay, we could go through these tables quickly and you could tell me goals like that you think belong there, and then I could refine it, or I could just come back to you at our next meeting and we could start here with
Yes.
specific goals under these headers, and then you guys don't have to.
I mean, if a safe, a safe, prepared, resilient community is a top level goal, it seems like we need some sub goals in there that help us get to that stage before we get to specific projects. Not necessarily how they get done, but if the project is install sirens or finish Big Springs egress, like if those are the specific tasks, those, we could have a whole bunch of those under a safe, prepared, resilient community, or we could have those under,
The work areas.
yeah, under the different work areas. And because you might want to delegate that out across fire, streets, town staff, John doing,
And I think that'll help us with figuring out, we've only got 5 lanes that we can put things in.
That's right.
And then which one of these lanes are they going to go in? And that's ultimately what we want to get with those tasks.
And we may look at these, and I call them key results or tasks. But if we may look at these key results and realize, holy crap, we have 10 under just resiliency. And John's going to come to us and say, we can't service that. We need to get it down to 5. That's the decision then that we have to make of what is the priority for this community.
Right.
But we need a little bit more of that specificity, I feel like.
I'm sorry you don't have it tonight. I should have
well,
figured that out.
well, I
Say
don't,
sorry.
Yeah.
well, I mean, I still feel a little bit like these work areas kind of make sense to me
Sure.
as work areas, not key results or specific projects.
Right. And I think I'm vibing with you a little bit on this. I think it would be an additional thing that we would
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
putting them
like
into
the
these-
supplemental granularity
Right.
to add to this to be like, okay, under improved emergency communication, public preparedness, here are the 3 things we're going to do that are going to meet that.
And I would suggest, if we're trying to make this simple and not as complicated, we're adding a layer under work area that's too broad. That's not necessary.
Okay.
So for instance, continue emergency egress planning and implementation. There is a very specific thing associated with that, which is finalize phase 1 of grant by December or whatever the extension is. That's it. That's the specificity. There should not be an additional 3 things underneath that.
I agree. Are there other work areas where we would see more tasks that
Yeah.
we need to prioritize?
I mean, I think you could go either way. You can, if the things under here need to be very specific, then that's a fine structure. For me, it gets back to then, well, where do you put this? Because these buckets are pretty vague, but that's a separate conversation. So if our intent is to make these work areas very specific,
I
that's
think
fine.
you should.
Just want to make sure that
I think
within
you
the
need to,
process.
we need to do that. I think
Because here's my question for you. If 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ends up each having 3 things underneath them, I'm sorry, but I don't know that I could do that to staff. And each one of these objectives.
No, I agree. And I don't want to do that to staff.
the other thing is like the outdoor acquisition in all of these, there's going to be process. I mean, there's some administrative side and then there's also the other piece of it. And maybe that's something to think about too. And there is a little bit of a mix here between what might be more administrative and more
Yeah.
on the other side of this, whatever that would be.
But it's hard, at least for me, it's hard for us to prioritize and to state either something should stay or go if I don't know like what it is. Like, does strengthen facilities and like the very specific goal that would be, or the key result that would be underneath that, is that more important than protecting the water supply? Well, where are we in the water supply? The water supply is that we've gone through water court and we're now in a different phase than when we were last year.
One thing, context sensitive solutions, which is another way that we could look at this, it identifies problem, a measure, and an owner. And we could add owner to it because, for instance, that's probably mayor, water attorney, town manager, and wastewater supervisor, whatever. So there may be some segmentation that could happen in that way.
Yeah, this is where when I came to this section, I thought that we could take a pause here. Maybe request that we see what something more specific would look like in terms of like if there was just if you're looking under continue or I don't like that one, they improve the emergency communication and public preparedness. If you had one thing, great.
Mhm.
If you have 5 things, well, goodness gracious, that's going to make me really question and figure out if we should keep all the rest of the other work areas, right? Like we've got to make it so that it's achievable.
Are you guys comfortable if I take a crack at it? I know kind of we've had some work with you all doing what your goals are. I could put together that document and then we could pick up here and then we could always add if there's something missing.
Mhm.
Or the other opportunity would be if you guys want to email me things that you think need to be in these buckets,
Yeah.
then I can kind of synthesize from there as well.
What if we just had a column, so you have a work area as just as is, and then you have a column there next to it that specifies what's the task that implements that. So improve emergency communication and public preparedness, install sirens.
Then why shouldn't it just be install sirens by December 31st, 2026?
Well, because it seems there is something I think a little bit useful about segregating emergency communication, wildfire mitigation, emergency egress, public safety, like segregating these out under the big bucket of a safe, prepared, resilient community as like, hey, these are kind of areas where we need to work on. And then these are the tasks that are going to implement those areas. Wildfire mitigation is a different thing than
Yeah, and we might
emergency
have,
communication.
we might have future tasks.
And we might have more resources available for wildfire mitigation than we do for.
That was one of the challenges I had too is I don't know how to say, like some of these things are dependent upon outside
Funding.
Right. Like I see the value of kind of keeping these sort of subcategories under this big goal. But I mean, I get what you're saying is like, you don't want a bunch of, so if we just had here's the task or maybe tasks that implement this work area objective.
The other piece of it is like tasks are really at the staff level. Like we should not probably be dictating too many of the tasks. We need to like sort of bubble up a little bit,
Yeah.
like of a layer higher
Totally.
and just make sure it's strategically directionated,
Well, I mean,
directional to
right.
what we want directed.
Well,
Yeah.
then you're in the, okay, do you tell them to improve emergency communication or do you tell them to install sirens? Like what's the level of granularity we want to?
Right. Well,
direct?
because
I think it just depends, right, on the circumstances. And I
Right.
think it depends on the lanes. I think it depends on a lot of things. I kind of think of it as like one of those marble things that you drop down and it goes and zigzags to different things and it spins the wheel. And we have to prioritize, which one of the things are we putting the marble into?
yeah, and there's very structured ways of how we can do this. Like I keep saying OKRs just because that's what or objectives and key results just because that's what I'm very familiar with. I do think like at the point of time that we're at and energy levels starting to go like this, if
Vocabulary is starting.
vocabulary is starting to go like this, if we give John direction to like take a crack at this third checkpoint. We don't need to worry about checkpoint, the later modules. We will get there, I promise. But for where our capacity is and where we can take a fresh look and see what they come up with, because this really is for staff also to say like, this is the historical context and to bring back, what Topher was saying is like, we recommend this specific goal or this specific, key result because it also has some historical context that the community has been asking for. We don't know what the specifics are here. So we don't know, are we pushing in something that's of historical significance? Is it, the thing? And I think too, this is also the opportunity, Trustee Giblin, where you were talking about like, hey, where do I throw in dark skies here? I think this is where we also email you and say, hey, this is missing. make sure it comes back for version 2 when we meet again, when we take a new crack at checkpoint 3.
Okay. Next version, shorter document.
I mean, does anyone disagree with that direction?
I
Yeah.
don't know that I disagree, but I would like to add something to that. And
Yeah,
that is,
please.
the more specific we get, the less room there is to accommodate the uncertainty and to also potentially let things fall between the cracks, that if we leave elements of the decision-making to staff at the time on these things with their general guidance from the board, there is also, it creates the opportunity to respond quickly in the moment to what needs to be done, and also to add those historical elements. I don't really say this, we shouldn't do this, I guess, in terms of taking this other step. I just think we should be careful of how specific it gets. And we don't,
Agreed.
I feel, so I think we need to leave enough room for that judgment to come into play. That it's not like going down there and checking these boxes that the board gave us from a staff perspective. I think we want to avoid that.
Just to clarify, the staff would never do that. So we bring every policy question to you. We bring every contract to you, every decision that becomes a policy question. Like that's what the board's job is. And then staff's job is to activate that direction. And I think that's what this document really gives us, is a way to make sure that we're activating projects that you find important. And then also me as the head of staff, and making sure that we activate these work plans, getting the work done of running the town along the way too. So that would be a commitment that staff already makes, but we are happy to make it explicit. Like we're always going to move decision-making policy questions to the board no matter what.
I would
Okay.
also just make a quick point that we're sort of in a blurry discussion versus clarifying questions. We haven't done any public comment, and we
I'm
are
about ready to head there.
theoretically going to come back to discussion. So
No, we're not. We're gonna actually cut off
Oh,
the
okay.
discussion, and we're
Okay.
gonna leave. So
All right.
just in case
Okay.
anybody's wondering. Let's go into public comment. If there's nobody in the room. So is there anybody online who would like to participate in public comment? Okay, so we're going to bring it back to the board. So we hit the goal. We hit my goal of getting to this checkpoint 3.
Nicole just messaged.
I don't see.
Oh.
Nicole, were you going to say something? She's in.
Yeah, I assume so.
Oh. Okay, I don't
I
see her
guess not.
coming off. Okay.
Okay.
So moving forward, it sounds like everyone is generally comfortable with giving John the direction. Let's take another crack at this next module. John, there is a degree where you're gonna have to ask staff as well, is like, this gets into a little bit more of the feasibility of, okay, for a communication system, based off historical knowledge, whatever, siren, and is there something else? Is there something very specific that we're talking about? This is probably something that we're going to want to confer with fire. That's just an example. But then our obligation as staff or as Board of Trustees is to email John if there is anything missing that you want included in this next rendezvous with checkpoint 3. Is that clear, or do we need anything else here? John, do you have what you need?
I do. I appreciate your time. Thank you for raising this issue. I didn't mean to leave it out, and I think I can put together what you're looking for.
Yep, not a problem. And now we're on to, everyone saw the note from Annabelle Nelson. However, I don't think we have a proposal for anything like this before the PC, do we?
PC's been talking about it. I think they're going to talk about it this month.
Oh, okay.
It was a request that came from the public and public comment, and it will be coming. I know it's on the agenda moving forward.
Okay, so actually on the agenda for the PC coming up.
And PC, this public comment came to them as well, so it'll be in
Okay.
their packet.
So is it like they revisiting the animal ordinance, or was it just?
No, this is in reference to a request to create a temporary use situation for outdoor uses. And it talks about things you know, we may never see in Ireland, like a Christmas tree lot, but also the ability to, you know, in Boulder, they use goats a lot to do weed mitigation, which is good for fire mitigation. But strategies like that. And so there's a lot down by Barker Reservoir that's rather big. The owner has some cattle and he wants to use them for that purpose. And it wouldn't be a lot of cattle. It'd be like a few. And it requires the ordinance is currently drafted that's being considered by PC requires public notice and including like contacting neighbors to get comments. And then it would be a temporary use. That would be, I don't remember exactly what the amount of time it is, but
It allows for administrative approval of temporary uses up to like 90 days. And there's an application and the town manager, zoning administrator considers those applications,
Okay, cool.
provides flexibility.
Mhm.
But that comment is super great. And I would always, just for anybody who's listening, we want to encourage those. We want folks to come forward with those. It's helpful for a PC and for you when you have them. So
All right, fabulous. Other business, anyone? 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 This is my favorite motion out there.
I move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, you guys are the greatest.
Count
Second.
me as third.
Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned at 9:46 PM.
Thank you.